Good morning, everyone. We would like to convene the Committee on Children for today, our hopefully final JF meeting. Thank you all for being here. Just a quick word that we will be heading into recess out of courtesy so that our fine Republican members can caucus briefly before we officially begin the committee meeting. And so therefore, we will recess, hopefully somewhere around 10:15, we will reconvene. And we will come back on and let you know if that's going to be longer, but members, please plan for around 10:15. And with that, we are in a brief recess. Thank you. Good morning again, everyone. Just a quick announcement that the committee will reconvene in 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. We will now reconvene the Committee on Children. Thank you all for being here. I know that there are multiple meetings going on around the building. And so for that reason, there may be some people who are not in the room. And as always, for those of you who are watching, please do not take that to mean anything more than legislators are forced to be in 10 different places at once. So we will keep votes open today until 4:30 or until all the members have voted. Just a reminder to everyone, since we are in the room and on Zoom, that this meeting is being recorded. Please do not use the chat function, as everyone will see that. If you have a question, please raise your hand. I will do my best to see everybody, whether they're in the room or on Zoom. If I do not see you, please feel free to let that be known on your microphone. When you do vote, be sure to, if you are on Zoom, to please speak slowly, say your name, and then how you vote, so that the camera has time to pick you up. You do need to be on camera to vote. If you are in the room, we do ask that you also, when vote, say your name, so that CTN can also maybe get you on camera if possible. It's just always easier when we all do the same thing. So thank you all very much. And with that, is my Senate ranking member in the room?
No, she's not.
She is not. Okay. And that is okay. That's exactly why I give the disclaimer when I do. And Madam House Ranking Member, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for just bringing to the attention that there are several members that are at other meetings and can't be here. So thank you for keeping the votes open, and we're anxious to get started.
Absolutely. And it is extremely nice that we have such a wonderful committee, that we take care of each other in that way, and that we have really great communication prior to going into the meeting, so that there are really no huge arguments moving forward. We do what's best for kids, and I love that here. So let's jump right in. Let's start with bills for review. Item number 1, House Bill 6719, an act concerning emergency services and individuals with autism spectrum disorder, cognitive impairments, and nonverbal learning disorders. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 5305. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Representative. It has been moved and seconded. This substitute language adds DCF as one of the agencies that collaborates on the guidelines in Section 1, and it makes DESP the primary agency responsible for developing the sensory kits, and these changes were made at DDS's request. With that, are there any questions, comments, or concerns? Madam Ranking Member, we'll start with you. Do you have any questions?
This is not in my expertise wheelhouse, but I know that Representative Hayes has some questions.
Great, thank you very much. Representative Hayes.
Thank you and good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
I want to start by saying I'm in favor of this bill. I like what it does. My only concern is there's a mandate on local police departments to take the forms that are submitted to them and build a searchable database. The problem being is in the state of Connecticut, we don't have one uniform CAD system, which is the computer assisted dispatches. So each police department is going to be required to reach out to their software vendor, make a patch, and then have the searchable database inserted into their CAD system. Quite honestly, I don't have an issue with that, other than it may be a few $1,000s. A few $1,000s may not be a big issue to the bigger departments. Some of the smaller departments, it could be an issue for. The timeline that goes with this. So if this bill was to come off the House floor sometime in June, hit the governor's office, by the time the police departments are made aware of this, this may be midsummer. They'll all be already be into their working budgets, and to expect those police departments to reach out to a software vendor, have that patch made, pay for those patches out of something that's not included in their working budget. It may take a while, so I think the deadline of asking them to do this by January of 2024 could be unexpectable. And I'm just asking, as we work through this, maybe we can push out that deadline for another 6 months or a year to give those police department agencies time to work this through the way they need to.
Representative, thank you so much for bringing that to our attention. And those are really great points. And I will hope that when we get this out of committee, that you and I can work closely together to change those dates, talk to people, make sure that we're getting dates that are so that they can comply with that. And regarding the mandate, please note that that is only for departments who take us up on the offer of doing this, right? So as we move forward, I mean, we're not saying that all departments have to do it. If we see that we are not getting enough people, enough departments on board, it may be worth it then to come back next year and see if there is funding available for that, because I hear you and I agree with you. So it's one of those things that may become a multi-step process, but I'd really appreciate it if you would continue to work with me on that after we get this bill out of committee. Would that be amenable to you, sir?
It is, Madam Chair, and I thank you for being acceptable to work on this, and I look forward to doing that.
Thank you so much, Representative. I appreciate you greatly. Are there any other questions or concerns from people on Zoom? Any questions or concerns from people in the room? And are there any objections to this item going on consent? With no objections, the item will be placed on consent. Thank you so much. Moving on to item number 2, House Bill 6572, an act concerning the creation of a state police sting operations unit to address online sexual abuse of minors. This is a JFS to the floor with LCO number 5300. May I have a motion, please?
So move.
And a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you very much. It has been moved and seconded. This LCO changes the entity from a quote sting unit to a quote investigative task force. It pilots the task force for 2 years, makes it clear that it is for online and in-person sexual exploitation and abuse of Connecticut children, and requires a report of the results and whether to expand beyond the original pilot program. This new language came directly with a partnership through DESP, and I'm extremely excited about that. Are there any questions from members in the room?
Yes, Madam Chair, Representative Hayes.
Hello, Representative.
Thank you. Once again, I agree with the concept on this, but when we raised this bill as a concept, I had asked the question whether or not the state police had requested this, or if it was going to be a mandate onto them. Now, I did notice that at the public hearing, the commissioner wasn't there, and I don't see testimony. I understand you did mention something just a couple of seconds ago about cooperation with DEPS, and I'm just wondering if you could fill me in on that conversation, if they are 100% agreeable with this.
Thank you so much for that question. They are 100% agreeable. After that public hearing, we sat down with DESP because I think what happened is that they're usually not keeping an eye on bills in children's. So we reached out to them and asked to have a sit down, and they sat with us, and originally some of that language wasn't clear to them as to whether or not this was going to be like an exploitation as in human trafficking. And when we explained exactly what we were trying to do here with this bill, they were 100% on board and gave us the language changes here, worked with our policy people and with the LCO to create these policy changes, and they're now on board.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate that. My concern at the concept, when it was raised for concept, and my concern again before our conversation was the fact that we've been told that their staffing levels still remained at some of the lowest levels, and I wanted to make sure that we weren't stressing the state police any further by giving them another task before their staffing levels came up. But Thank you for answering those questions. I do appreciate it.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate that. Are there any other questions from members in the room? Any questions from members on Zoom? Is there any objection to this being placed on consent? Thank you. With no objection, the item will be placed on consent. Moving on to item number 3, House Bill number 6643, an act concerning Medicaid reimbursement for mental health and suicide risk assessments conducted at school-based health centers and insurance coverage for the provision of mental health wellness examinations. This is a JFS to the floor with LCO 5303. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. The item has been moved and seconded. Are there any questions from members in the room?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was a little confusion on this bill, and I just wanted to try to ask some questions specifically for a member that's not here right now in another
Sure.
meeting. Are they now applying for a waiver for this?
A waiver for, I'm sorry, I'm not
For
sure what part of the
reimbursement.
bill.
For reimbursement.
No, I believe that this is just straight reimbursement that they are now going to be added to being able to be reimbursed. There's no
So there-
waiver involved to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So right now, they're not getting reimbursed. And what this will do is put them in the queue to get reimbursed by Medicaid. So does that change the cost to the state? In other words, once on Medicaid, it'll be covered both half and half by the state and the federal government?
I don't have that information, and we can turn to LCO, who I am not sure is going to have that answer either, but we can ask. I will say this, though, Representative, that this language is being mirrored in the Human Services bill as well, and this was partially done by Human Services. So those questions may be answered fully before they come to the floor, but this is just not our LCO's wheelhouse at this point.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And one final question. Is this specifically for the school-based health centers, or is this for any evaluation assessment?
So this is specifically for the school-based health centers, as you'll see in section 1. However, the bill also changes that originally in the mental health bill that we passed unanimously throughout the legislature last year, there was the addition of coverage for mental wellness visits without the need for having a mental health diagnosis, the diagnosis of depression or something along those lines. And inadvertently, it allowed your primary care physician to do those mental wellness visits. And we don't want to overtax those doctors because they're already required to do so many different things. Additionally, we want to ensure that people are seeing real mental health providers if they wish to, and have those covered. So that just the language changes, taking out primary care physician as someone who can do those. So that's why you see 2 parts of that bill, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have another question here.
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, just coming in. We're in between meetings. In reference to this bill, you had mentioned that they took the part of physicians out because what was the reason for that?
So, so these mental wellness exams or visits are being covered. And we did this back in last year in the children's mental health bill that passed unanimously. Inadvertently, we had said that primary care physicians can do that. However, there's a couple of reasons why they really shouldn't. Number one is they are already required to do a very quick mental health assessment. In fact, I just had my physical the other day and my doctors asked me a few questions as to whether or not I have feelings of depression or anxiety that are new since the last visit. That is something that they already do under law. There were two things. One is that allowing them to have a mental wellness visit, there was confusion as to whether or not that check-in that is already required by law would be that mental health wellness visit that was covered. And secondly, during a yearly physical, the primary care physician asks questions on a great deal of things. And so to do a true mental wellness visit, there is not time allowed in that meeting. And primary care physicians did not feel that they were necessarily equipped to do a full visit for mental health wellness. So we are taking them out of the definition of that, or out of the ability to be reimbursed for that, solely because they are not actually listed as a mental health professional. And this now fixes that problem. And I'd actually like to thank Representative Tammy Nuccio, who brought that to our attention. And because of that, this is a very necessary fix.
Thank you for that explanation. So
You're welcome.
this really kind of fixes the mental health bill that we did last time, including the physicians. This would really just kind of take them out of the equation.
Correct.
Okay. And the mental health bill that was passed last year, I believe it was one mental health wellness visit. This particular change is going to have 2 visits. Is that correct?
The amount of visits is exactly the same. If you'll see in the legislation that it, I believe that it should be, and I don't have it in front of me, but can pull it up for discussion. But there there is no underlined language regarding the number of visits, which means that it's already in statute. So we are not changing that number of visits.
Okay. And then just one final question. So should a child or a family want to see their own PCP for a mental wellness visit, will that still be covered under Medicaid?
I am not sure what's covered under Medicaid currently, but this does not take away really any ability for primary care physicians to see their patients. If a patient shows up and in the course of other things says, I'm having concerns about my mental well-being, those are addressed sort of as an acute issue, while this is simply something for a mental wellness check-in. So I believe that those two things may be defined separately and differently, but it really only applies then to those statutes which we changed in 5001 of last year. And so therefore, I see no reason why it would change any other statutes than the one listed, which is the new statute that we created.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm
Sure.
sorry, I just happened to think of one other thing. How are the health centers or the mental wellness visits right now that are being conducted in the schools-based health centers? How are they being reimbursed right now prior to
They
this?
are not.
They are not.
They are not.
Okay, gotcha.
And so the fear is, Representative, that if they continue to not be reimbursed on that, that we're going to lose mental health professionals within these school-based health centers, or we're going to be losing, that the assessments may be quicker. We just want to, before there becomes any issue, as you saw in yesterday's meeting that we had regarding the suicide risk that was given in the handout, we see that the numbers have gone, first they were up, then they were down on child suicide, and now they're back up. And so we want to really get in there and have enough eyes on kids before there's a real problem, and know that people can turn to where they need to go in order to end those unfortunate thoughts of suicide.
Okay, thank you. And then the person that is working currently right now in the school-based health centers, performing these wellness examinations, mental health wellness examinations, do they currently work for the town, for the school department?
I I am not aware of their conditions of employment.
So my concern and my question is they have to be working. They can't be working for free. They got to
The-
either be an employee of the school, the Board of Education, or something to say. So somewhere they are getting compensated for something.
To the best of my knowledge, that is through the school-based health center. So the health center has its own separate
Right.
Process.
So
of-
I'm assuming that the people that are working in those school-based health centers are getting paid. They're not working for free.
Correct.
So
But
they
in
are
the
getting
medical
paid for-
industry,
they are
you
getting
bill.
So they are getting paid for the job that they're performing within that health clinic. And if part of their job is to do wellness examinations, they are getting paid for it. So I'm just wondering why there's an additional reimbursement for that.
There is a difference between payment and reimbursement. So they are partnerships with clinics, such as say Wheeler Clinic or Wellmore, and they, their physical location would be in these school-based health centers. But just like any health professional, that they then bill for the services performed, and that money comes back. Whether or not their personal employment agreements dictate that they have a salary plus they get their reimbursement, partial of that, and half goes to the house. I don't know. We are not privy to that. But technically, anytime you have health billing, it really is about the provider getting reimbursed for that. And that's what we're having happen here.
Okay, thank you. I just want, I'm going to vote no today to flag this, because I just want to get a little bit more information to see how they're currently being compensated. Is that part of their job function, and are we reimbursing them again? So I'm going to vote no today just to flag this, Madam Chair. But I appreciate your assessment on this bill. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from members in the room?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you for the time. And Representative Mastro Francesco just kind of got me thinking about some other questions that kind of came up. So these mental health centers are being presented as being no cost, with the understanding that they're being covered by the federal government. So I'm a little confused too now as to who's paying the staff that staffs these. And then then that further brings a question to here with regard to Medicaid coverage. I'm a little confused. I don't know if you can help on that, or if that's just too complex to get into here, but can you elaborate at all on that? I know that.
Yeah, it's kind of like a little bit of both. It's very complex to get into here, but I can also help a little bit. So these school-based health centers often run at a deficit because of these reimbursement limitations. But because they're so important to the community, they're doing the best that they can. This would actually help these school-based health centers stay open. It would help these school-based health centers have staff to be able to perform these very important mental health and suicide risk assessments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the school-based health clinic is being presented as no cost, and that the federal government is funding these. So, but they're not really funding them. You're saying that there's missing parts to the funds with regard to operating these.
I think the word you're looking for is if they are fully funded. I believe that funding comes from multiple sources, but if they are not being reimbursed for the many things that they do there, then no, they are not fully funded, because they're often running at a deficit.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the good representative for bringing up some of those questions. I'll probably be a no as well, just to flag it, and we can further discuss this offline, but thank you.
Sure, thank you. Any other questions from members on Zoom?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Representative Sanchez, hello.
Hi. I just wanted to share something. Smalley School has a health clinic within its school, and they did have a mental health person there recently. recently, but because of lack of funding, they had to pull that person out. So that there are some struggles in regards to funding for these positions. And it's so important, particularly for that school in that area of town. So I think this bill would actually help bring back that position that's been taken out. So I'm in full support of this bill because it's so crucial for the kids in that school, especially to have that type of mental health service. And the guy they had there, the person they had there last year was phenomenal. I mean, he really helped the families and the children. And we would like to see that come back. And due to lack of funding, they don't have that position there anymore. I just wanted to share that.
Thank you, Representative, because that is perfect to describing exactly why we need to do this bill. And it just described exactly what I was saying. I appreciate your comments, Representative. Representative Wielander, followed by Representative Lanoue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to sort of follow up, I wanted to show my very strong support for this bill as well, because one of the things when we are talking about the cost of services and care, that one of the things that is very clear is the earlier interventions that we can provide, the tier 1 type of interventions that these clinics often provide when we're looking at introductory screening. They will actually save the districts, insurance companies, families, an enormous amount of money in the long run, because we are able to identify a concern at the very beginning before it gets to a crisis point. So removing the barriers that allow these providers to be adequately reimbursed as much as possible, I'm in full support of, and especially if that means that we can get increased providers support and presence into our schools. So thank you so much for the clarification on some of the funding questions. And I look forward to wholeheartedly supporting this concept.
Thank you so much, Representative. And just for a reminder, Representative Wielander was our previous vice chair, and I had dubbed her the school-based health center guru. And she has proven that once again. So thank you very much, Representative Wielander.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Lanoue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Just a quick question, and I apologize if I'm putting you on the spot. I do not know the answer. I don't know if you do or somebody in the committee, but these school-based health centers, the mental health clinician, typically is there a law, or is there something that dictates how these clinicians are compensated? Or do they have a flat salary? Are they paid per diem or per visit? Or do you know how that works, or how that, if it's dictated in some way?
Representative, thank you. I'm not sure if you were in the room, but when talking to Representative Mastrofrancesco, we have said that we are not necessarily privy to exactly the way they are paid. I am unaware if there is statute that dictates how they are paid. I think just the purpose of this bill, the bottom line is that reimbursement is something that most professionals are reimbursed for their services. And in this case, the services would have to be attached to something else in order to be reimbursed, instead of someone just coming in for a suicide risk. So regardless of how someone is being paid, I believe that knowing that these school-based health centers often run at a deficit due to lack of reimbursement, parity, and other aspects, that this actually, bottom line, helps the children because it allows for the reimbursement of the things that this committee and this legislature has deemed extremely necessary by unanimous vote of the mental health and suicide risk assessments conducted at these school-based health centers.
Okay, thank you for that answer, Madam Chair. And just to follow up, let's just assume, for sake of conversation, that the clinician is getting a flat salary. annual salary, the school is essentially paying them that salary, then the school currently is not getting reimbursed. Under this legislation, that reimbursement would happen per visit, per session, if I'm correct. Am I correct in that, Madam Chair?
Per assessment, yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that answer. I do intend to be supporting this legislation today. I agree. We need to make sure our kids are getting the treatment they need, and these are some very serious issues, and I do intend to support the legislation. Thank you again for that answer.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any other questions from members on Zoom? And any question from members in the room?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have just one quick follow-up.
Representative, yes, for the second time, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up question. Do we know what the cost associated with this language, with this bill is? Or does it have to go, shouldn't it be JF to approps?
This will get its own fiscal note, and then it will be determined by screening where it is to go next.
Okay, thank you. And then also, would you know currently right now, does this require any Medicaid waiver?
I do not know that.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS to the floor LCO 5303, Agenda Item 3, House Bill 6643, an act concerning Medicaid reimbursement for mental health and suicide risk assessments conducted at school-based health centers and insurance coverage for the provision of mental health wellness examinations. Representative Linehan.
Representative Linehan votes yes.
Senator Marr. Representative Kitt. Senator Kushner. Representative Dauphiné.
Rep. Dauphiné votes no.
Senator Seminara.
Senator Seminara votes yes.
Senator Anwar. Representative Arnone. Representative Boyd. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Comey. Representative Hayes.
Representative Hayes votes yes.
Representative Lanou. May you please use your mic?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative Napoli.
Representative Napoli votes yes.
Representative Pizzuto.
Yes.
Representative Roberts.
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
And Representative Wieslander.
Representative Wieslander votes yes.
Thank
This is Senator Anwar. I missed by a second. Senator Anwar votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone, for that. Just a reminder that votes will be held open until 4:30 or until the last member votes. Moving on to agenda item number 4, an act concerning the distribution of information regarding special education to families and students. This is a JFS to the floor LCO 5233. Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
The bill is so great, everyone wants to move it. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. This removes the requirement that the birth to 3 coordinator review the plan for the child with school district special education person to determine whether the district has the resources necessary for such child. And it adds that a separate plain language document be provided before each PPT meeting that contains information about how a parent may appeal a decision regarding the child's IEP. Are there any questions from members on Zoom? No? Are there any questions from members in the room? Is there any objection?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
That's
This is
okay.
Senator Seminara, how are you?
I'm well, Senator. How are you?
I am doing well today. I just wanted to make a clarification on this one. So is this further encouraging the Birth to Three program to help facilitate transitions from their program to school-based or to schools?
Indeed it is. And so the language still is in there that is requiring that prior to their no later than 3 months prior to their third birthday, they meet with the parent or guardian of such child to provide and discuss with such parent or guardian the contact information for the person responsible for the administration or coordination of special education services, and provide that person with the individualized family service plan for the child. And then additionally, there is information that says that they must provide all of that information that we had found out was in the special ed handout, the 60-page document that was of concern to have to be able to print out. We have now instead taken the information about how you can appeal and the services you can get if you don't feel that your child is going to receive the proper services. There's going to be a plain language document separate that is given to everyone that tells them how to do that. So they will still have access to that large document given online, but then there's also that separate piece of paper that will tell them how to go about appealing the services or lack thereof.
And just to clarify, I think you said that it requires Birth to Three to do a in-person transition meeting?
In current statute, they are able to come to that in-person meeting, but this bill does not specifically require that they must be there.
Okay. Okay. I will be voting yes on this, but perhaps we can take a look at that. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome. And I'd be more than happy to continue to work on that as we move forward. I know that's of real importance to you, so I'm happy to do that. Are there any, oh, sure. Any other questions from members in the room? Is there any objection to this item going on consent? Seeing no objection, the item will be placed on consent. Moving on to item number 5. Senate Bill 1054, an act concerning the membership of the Youth Camp Safety Advisory Council in the Office of Early Childhood. This is a JFS to the floor of LCO number 5289. May I please have a motion?
So moved.
So move.
Delayed reaction. Okay, excellent. May I have a second, please?
Second.
The item has been moved and seconded. And this strikes language adding 2 new members and replaces with language establishing a youth advisory council on summer camps. Are there any questions? Anyone in the room?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Rep. Master Francesco.
Hi.
Just real quickly, the previous version of this bill added 2 new members. This particular one is going to establish an entire new committee, correct?
I'm going to defer to LCO on that.
Yes.
Yes.
We're forming a brand new advisory council on those. Previous one, we were just adding 2 to an existing one.
Yes.
Does that does that existing committee advisory council still exist?
Representative, that council never existed in statute. So we are not officially disbanding anything. That would be up to OEC, how they want to proceed. But the original one that we discussed in the bill was actually never in statute to begin with.
Okay, that's fine. I had another question, but I guess it's actually irrelevant. I'm fine. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Any questions from members on Zoom? Any other questions from members in the room?
I just need one further clarification on this. So are you telling me we're developing a new council
Statutorily.
and not replacing the council that didn't exist statutorily, but existed?
So if it didn't exist in statute, I can't make it unexist. So, so the statute makes something exist, and OEC will determine whether or not the other one exists. If I was a betting woman, I would say that they would just disband that and move to this.
Okay, so
But I can't officially do that. I can't disband something that's not in statute.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
So they'll determine whether this is duplicative or not.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Is there any objection to this item being placed on consent? With no objection, the item goes on consent. Moving on to item number 6, House Bill 6718, an act concerning the safe storage and disposal of prescription drugs, cannabis, and cannabis products. This is a JFS to the floor with LCO 5371. May I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Thank you so much. This LCO makes changes to the bill in collaboration with DCP, the Department of Consumer Protection, to create and fund warning labels for prescription drugs, Schedule 2 to 5, provide funding mechanisms through the Opioid Settlement Fund for prescription drugs, and the Prevention and Recovery Services Fund for labels for marijuana sold in dispensary facilities, retailers, hybrid retailers, and micro cultivators. And the bill also funds a DCP compliance investigator for 2 years, funds a public service campaign on social media, as well as funds DMIS for a street level public awareness campaign concerning the safe storage and disposal of prescription drugs, cannabis products, and illegal drugs, and the dangers that such drugs pose to children. Are there any questions from members on Zoom? Sunny Marie can't ask a question in English, so we'll move on to someone. And is there anyone in the room who has a question? And I apologize for my dog barking.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Representative, what's your question?
Thank you. So when the bill was passed to legalize cannabis, was there any language in there requiring the retailers to put any labels on the packaging?
There, to the best of my knowledge, because that would make this duplicative, if there are labeling requirements, the labeling requirements are not the same as what is here. And this language is really coming out of the increased children in the country who are ingesting marijuana products. So we have decided that the labeling needs to be very specific towards the dangers of children in storage, not just to the dangers of usage.
Thank you. So we don't know if there was any language in the bill that was passed. It was hundreds of pages. So
yeah, to be quite honest with you, Representative, I just don't remember. And I'm sure I know this somewhere in the back of my head. But the original bill that we wrote last year did go, was fully researched, and nothing has changed since then. So I'm confident moving forward saying that this legislation is not duplicative in that manner.
thank you. And then I'm curious why we are including pharmacies here. When I look at the testimony, the pharmacy industry is highly regulated. And they also follow protocols. They've been doing that for decades. And I'm curious as to why we are lumping them in to this bill.
because right now there is no law that requires information be placed on the bottle about the dangers that that medication poses to children. And in working with the Department of Consumer Protection and also with the Child Advocate and the Department of Children and Families, we are very concerned about the increased risk of children, especially as the opioid crisis continues to flourish, unfortunately. And so opioid medication having this labeling is really twofold. One, it will allow, it will remind parents and caregivers that the medication that they're receiving is extremely dangerous to children and that it should be kept out of reach. And number two, it will hopefully also stop and have teens or young adults or someone think about the dangers of this medication, because there has been significant studies that show heroin usage and opioid usage previously starts with the usage of a prescription opioid medication that was kept in the reach of children. So there's really a dual issue there.
So my concern with this part here also, Madam Chair, is the cost. The cost that is associated with the pharmacy. So they do mail order. They prepackage a lot of prescription drugs. And I'm concerned that it's going to be a cost. So I'm wondering, you know, many businesses out there, they have to put their own labels on it. They pay for it themselves. It's part of doing business, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering why we are subsidizing the cannabis industry and paying for them to have this done. Why wouldn't they pay for it themselves? And regardless of where the money is coming from is not the question. The
So
question is why aren't they paying for it themselves like every other manufacturer and company out there?
So what this bill does, Representative, is it does fund the stickers, but only for a period of 2 years. And that one-time funding that is coming out of various funds, including the opioid settlement fund and the marijuana fund. I can pull up the name of that. I didn't retain that exact name, but it's in the bill. But essentially, this is kind of a way to help fund this with dollars that we have that are meant to provide safety for kids, right? And if we believe that this is enough of a safety issue, and as I had said yesterday during the child fatality review panel, I fully believe that we have a moral responsibility to require this labeling, and we have the funding stream to do that, to enable businesses to prepare for the costs that they will take on after the original funding is gone after a period of 2 years, and we help bridge that distance. And we can start this much sooner and save lives, children's lives, much sooner by providing this one-time funding.
Thank you for that answer. And does this part of the funding also fund the pharmacy?
Absolutely.
So the dollar amounts that you have here, there's a lot of pharmacies around here. They do a lot of prescriptions. How do we know that the funding that you have allocated to them is going to pay for all of it for 2 years?
That funding is available for the DCP to purchase the stickers over a period of 2 years. And once the stickers are gone, then they need to pay for that. However, please keep in mind that these are our small orange stickers. And so that money coming out of the opioid settlement fund in order to pay for pharmacies, there's going to be a great deal of stickers involved. Many of us purchase stickers with our campaign funding, and we realize that they are extremely inexpensive. So that amount of money will likely go a long way.
Thank you. So again, my concern with this bill is the cost that it's gonna be to the pharmacist,
Mm-hmm.
number one. I truly believe that if they're having a cannabis establishment or retail, this is part of doing business, they should pay for it themselves. And I believe the money that we have put aside for that should be going for true substance abuse problems, helping people maybe go into rehab. We have a big problem in the state when it comes to substance abuse. It's ironic that marijuana is I don't even know how to put it. Is a gateway to other drugs, and you're admitting it pretty much by putting a label on it, which is fine. But clearly the establishment who owns that facility should be paying for it. And that money should be really used to help people that truly need it into a rehab facility, doing something to certainly try to get them off of their addiction. And the cost of the pharmacies. I mean, this is you're maybe paying for 2 years or until the labels run out, but it's a lifetime cost on them, which I don't agree with. They already have regulations that these pharmacies follow. They're highly regulated, and there's things that they need to do to follow protocols, and they are already doing it. I don't see how we're lumping them into there. But anyway, thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my concerns. I'll be voting no on this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for sharing your concerns. I will make a few comments. Just simply that I reject the premise of that argument. Essentially, I believe that the opioid settlement money, for lack of a better term, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. It is important that we fund what we consider to be the off-ramps for drugs, but we also fund prevention so that people aren't doing the drugs in the first place. When it comes to children, we're talking about accidental ingestion. And so these kids aren't making decisions themselves to start doing drugs. They're finding edibles that look like gummy bears and they're eating them. And that's the problem. And so what we do here on the Children's Committee is we create policy that is focused on the safety and the well-being of kids. This legislation falls squarely into that camp. Respectfully, I think that the argument that marijuana is a gateway drug, there are plenty of white papers that have determined that that isn't necessarily the case. And so I just wanted to put that out there, that is not, well, that may be the thought process and the beliefs that are held by some members of this committee. It is not held by myself as one of the co-chairs of this committee. And I just wanted to put that out there. Are there any other questions from members on Zoom? No? Any other questions from members in the room?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just re-looking at some testimony given by the Connecticut Pharmacists Association, who have said that there is, I know you made a comment that there's no redundancy here, but according to them, it is redundant and costly for them. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, HB 5155 was passed last year with labeling on safe storage. I think maybe not the bill per se, but it was broken up and put into some other implementers. And I think maybe SB 2 or 5001. I don't completely recall, but there is, according to the pharmacist, redundancy and additional costs, and also the labor intensive piece of that. So I think there are some concerns expressed here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I will say that that testimony was on the original bill, and the language, the substitute language significantly changes that. We are no longer requiring a separate attachment of paper to the prescription, which is what would have been redundant. Are there any other questions?
Just, Madam Chair, may I just ask one more question? I think, as I understand it, most of these prescriptions are already in child safe proof bottles. Is that the case? Because I don't think they dispense them without the tops that are difficult to open.
They are in those, unless they are specifically required or requested not to be for someone who is older. But additionally, there have there are plenty of research papers that show those childproof caps aren't exactly childproof. And in fact, I have a sick son who is home here with us today, and he could really open that Advil cap on his own too. So we just need to, just because it's labeled childproof certainly doesn't mean that it is. Although,
Well, and yeah, I'm sorry, didn't mean
no,
to.
go ahead, please.
And yeah, and I thank you for that. I probably would add that, children that are under 6 or 7, most of them aren't reading either, so aren't going to see the danger label that you're talking about. But thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Just please note that the danger label isn't for children 6 and under to read. It's to remind parents to keep it out of reach. And with that, Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS to the floor, LCO 5371, Agenda Item 6, House Bill 6718, an act concerning the safe storage and disposal of prescription drugs, cannabis, and cannabis products. Representative Linehan.
Representative Linehan votes yes.
Senator Marr. Representative Kitt. Senator Kushner. Representative Dauphiné.
Rep. Dauphiné votes no.
Senator Seminara.
Senator Seminara votes yes.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Arnone. Representative Boyd. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Comey.
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Hayes.
Yes.
Representative Lanu.
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative Napoli.
Representative Napoli votes yes.
Representative Pizzuto.
Yes.
Representative Roberts. Representative
Roberts
Sanchez.
votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Wielander.
Representative Wielander votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as a reminder, votes will be open until 4:30 or until the last member votes. Moving on to item number 7, Senate Bill 1048, an act establishing an affirmative defense to a misdemeanor concerning the supervision of children. This is a JFS to the floor of LCO number 5307. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you both so much. We really need to work on our timing. Thank you all very much. I appreciate that. What this substitute language does is it replaces the original bill language to align with legislation currently in front of the Judiciary Committee. And it was drafted with the concerns from Let It Grow, the organization who has been spearheading this. And with that, are there any questions from members on Zoom? No questions on Zoom. Are there any questions from members in the committee room?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Please, Representative.
You had mentioned that this bill aligns with a bill that's currently in judiciary. I'm just curious why this bill was not sent to judish. I know it deals with children. I understand that. But this does have a lot of judicial language in it. I'm just curious why we're not sending it to them first.
It may go there from the floor.
I'm sorry, say that again.
It may go there from the floor. That is a decision that is made in screening.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. Is there any objection to this item being placed on consent? Hearing none, the item will be placed on consent. Moving on to item number 8, House Bill 5194, an act requiring a study of community-based bereavement and grief counseling organizations and services for children and families. This is a straight JF to the floor. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Great. The item has been moved and seconded. As I said earlier, this is a straight JF. The bill remains the same. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns from members in the committee room? Anything from members on Zoom? Is there any objection to this item being placed on consent? Okay, seeing none, the item is placed on consent. And with that, Mr. Clerk, will you please go over the items that have been placed on consent and then call the roll?
Motion has been made and seconded to vote on today's consent calendar. The consent calendar contains the bills as follows. House Bill 6719 LCO 5305. House Bill 6572 LCO 5300. House Bill 6644 LCO 5233. Senate Bill 1054 LCO 5289. Senate Bill 1048 LCO 5307. House Bill 5194. Representative Linehan.
Representative Linehan votes yes.
Senator Marr. Representative Kitt. Senator Kushner. Representative Dauphiné.
Rep. Dauphiné votes yes.
Senator Seminara.
Senator Seminara votes yes.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Arnone. Representative Boyd. Senator Cohen.
Senator Cohen votes yes.
Representative Comey.
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Hayes.
Representative Hayes votes yes.
Representative Lanu.
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
Yes.
Representative Napoli.
Representative Napoli votes yes.
Representative Pizzuto.
Yes.
Representative Roberts.
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Welander.
Representative Welander votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. As a reminder, votes are open until 4:30 or until the last member votes. And now is typically when we announce the time and date of next meeting. But as always, since I've been co-chair, we have not needed a meeting on our JF deadline. And I believe that that is thanks to all the members of this committee who work together and have wonderful communication. So I thank all of you for being a part of this. Once again, I just feel so proud of the work that we do here. And I know I speak for my co-chair as well. We're really excited about the way we can collaborate on items moving forward and ones that we already have. So technically, since we have another meeting on the books for Tuesday, I don't believe we'll need it, and we will be canceling that shortly, provided there is no additional business. I do ask members to stay tuned for our official JF deadline get together. It's tentatively scheduled for Thursday, March 9th at the O Club. This is something that used to be scheduled with various committees. Since COVID, we haven't done it, and so now we're just trying to get the band back together. So that's what we'll be doing. So please keep an eye on your emails. And as always, what we do in the last JF meeting of the session is we need to absolutely take time out to thank the people that make us as good as we are. So our staff, we'd like to start with our clerk, Christian Talarski. Thank you so much, Christian, who took over last minute, and you're doing a great job. So we also want to thank our returning heavyweight champion of the world, Peter Mrzuski, who is amazing. Thank you for coming back to help see us through the transition. Our SDO policy, Julia Anderson, House Dems policy, Emily Zambrello, who really went from clerk and moved up to policy as a testament to the great work that she does. We're excited you're staying on with us, but thank you for all your work. And of course, Chris Calabrese. SRO policy, Sean Cleary, an absolutely amazing person. Thank you for being who you are. HRO policy, we had Connor Favre, and then now we have Jackson Chipkey. We're thankful for both of you. Our amazing LCOs, Sarah O'Connor and Chris Cordima. Thank you for keeping us calm and always really getting it right. Thank you very much. OLR, Michelle Kirby and Jesse Callahan. OFA, Rachel Della Pietra, thank you so much. And thank you to all the CTN staff and crew. And once again, to all our members, go team kids. I love working with each and every one of you. Thank you very much. And with that, we are in recess until 4:30 or until all members have voted. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair.
Yes, would you let?
Very
oh,
quickly, it's
please.
Senator Seminara. I just wanted to say thank you very much for a very lively and exciting first session in the Children's Committee for myself. And I really appreciated all the staff and working with all of you. Thank you so very much.
We love having you, Senator. Thank you so much. Representative Dauphiné, do you want to give a couple shout outs?
Thank you. I ditto my co-partner here, Senator Seminara, for all the thank yous to the staff, and additionally to you, Madam Chair, who has been actually very pleasant to work with. And I appreciate all our conversation, even though we disagree most of the time. We always agree to disagree, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely true, Representative. I love having you as my ranking member. So I'm so glad you decided to stay on. Yeah, great. Thank you to everyone. Is there any member of the committee who wants to do a final goodbye? Nope. All right. I will take your silence as the fact that you love us all. Thank you all so much, and we'll see you guys on the floor.
Christian, can I just make sure that I was present for all votes? I had to step away for a minute.
Hi, Senator.
Hi. I think I got them all, but just want to make sure. It would have been probably number 5 if that wasn't on consent, somewhere around there. I had to step away for a minute.
I think you're good.
Oh, good. Okay. Thanks so much. Thanks for
Thank you.
everything.
Yep. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, Representative.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Good. So we had two roll call votes and then a consent calendar.
Got it.
So we had agenda item 3, HB 6643, which was a JF to the floor. That was a separate vote.
Yeah, what bill, what was the title of that bill again?
An act concerning Medicaid reimbursement for mental health. And
Okay, yep, I'm a yes. Affirmative, yes.
oh, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Sorry, the YouTube started playing. Okay.
Right.
So the bill was an act concerning Medicaid reimbursement for mental health and suicide risk assessments conducted at school-based. Yep. So that was a yes.
Correct.
Perfect. And then we had agenda item number 6, which was HB 6718, which was a JFS to the floor. Do you need a title for that?
Yeah, I don't have the agenda in front of me.
No worries. That's an act concerning the safe storage and disposal of prescription drugs, cannabis, and cannabis products.
Got it. Okay, I'm a yes.
Perfect. Okay.
And then the consent calendar is everything else?
Yes.
All right, and I will be a yes on the consent calendar.
Perfect. All right. We're all set.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Senator. Senator, can you hear me?
Okay,
Okay.
great.
I can
How
hear
about
you.
now? Okay, cool.
All
Okay,
right.
so to vote,
Yes. So the first thing we have was, I'm gonna do the two bills that were not on consent. Item
Okay.
number 3, House Bill 6643, which we're JFSing to the floor.
yes.
Thank you. The sixth item on the agenda, House Bill 6718, is also being JFS to the floor.
Yes.
Thank you. And then everything else on the agenda was on a consent calendar.
Okay, and did you do a voice vote or just,
We did a roll
A roll
call
call.
vote because all
Okay.
questions need to be. roll
okay,
called.
so yes.
Perfect. That's everything for you. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Representative Arnone, are you there?
Hello.
Hello, Representative. How are you?
Good.
All right. So
I walked out of the room waiting to get back in.
It's always something with Zoom. So I'm going to do the first two bills that we did not put on consent calendar. Item 3 on the agenda, House Bill 6643. We're JFSing it to the floor.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Item number 6 on the agenda, House Bill 6718, also JFS to the floor.
Yes.
Thank you. And then we did today's consent calendar, the other. Thank you so much. And that's everything. Have a great day.
So much. Have a great day.
You as well.
Bye-bye.
Hello.
So how are you, Representative?
I'm here to vote.
Perfect. So we had two votes, two roll calls and then a consent calendar. We had a roll call vote on agenda item 3, HB 663, which was a JFS floor. Do you need a title on that?
No.
Okay.
Representative Kit votes yes.
Perfect. And then we had a roll call vote on HB 6718, agenda item 6, which was a JFS to the floor.
Representative Kit votes yes.
And then we had a consent calendar that included HB 6719, HB 6572, HB 6644, SB 1054, SB 104, and HB 510.
Representative Kit votes yes.
Thank you so much. That's it.
All right, take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
No.